Hello, wordsmiths. Although often authors write alone, we don't need to be lonely. We can write. We can just write together, and that's what we're going to do today. My goal for today is to reach my goal of 3,000 words. I'm only about 150 words in it, so it will take me quite a while before I can reach that. But it's all part of my end goal to reach about 10,000 words by the end of this month. Um, join me for several writing sessions. My name is Ilse. For those who don't know, I'm a dragon riding, magic wielding creator of worlds, and I'm here to help you achieve your writing goals. So let's dig into it and let's start writing. I wish you all a lot of fun. What I usually do during the live sprints is that I just use a, a timer. Well, that took a while to get to it. I usually use a timer which I set to 25 minutes, and to see to have an end goal, a shorter end goal to write in. And at the end of the 25 minutes, we'll see how many words we've written and how far we've come. And I'm really curious to see how you are all doing. In the meantime, if you are watching this stream afterwards, you are welcome to share your projects and to share your experiences, your questions you have. It can be anything about writing. I usually do not answer personal questions, so let's refrain from those. But just if you need help with world building or other parts of writing, just feel free to post them down below in the comments, and I'll answer them as soon as possible. It's all just fun to see and to see how things are going. And in the meantime, as long as you keep on writing, just remember every word written today is one more word in comparison to yesterday. So that means that you are slowly going to reach your goal. It may take a while, but you will reach your goal. So, without further ado, let's dive into some writing. I wish you all a lot of fun, and good luck in reaching your goal. We'll start with a sprint of 25 minutes. Happy writing! And this is the end of the current sprint. How did you all do? I managed to write about 360 words. I'm quite happy with that for the moment, because I'm writing a background story for which I hadn't made an outline of or anything, and I hadn't thought of what to do. So naturally, the consequence is that I don't know, for example, the country name where a team of dragon riders is going to. Where a team of dragon riders, a town where a team of dragon riders has to go to. I don't know the country name from where a delegation is coming, and this is a country which will deliver a princess. So yeah, that's kind of complicated, but it will come. It's not the biggest problem right now. Those are all names I will be able to include and to come up with later on in the process. I've done that before. Also things like teammate 1 and teammate 3 and names like that, because I simply haven't thought of the teammate names yet. Yeah, that's what you get when you start writing a background story that you didn't plan to write. But it's a story that I now think that I really have to write to get it going. It's a fun thing to do, but it doesn't make it a hell of a lot easier to write it, since I only have a really vague idea of what's supposed to happen in the background story, things that I want to get clearer for myself, because there are a lot of things I don't know yet in this relationship. It's the relationship of one dragon rider and the future princess, or the princess of another country who's coming, and who is going to be his wife in the books. And that is it's not a spoiler necessarily, because it kind of well, let me rephrase that. She is sent there to see if they can have an arranged marriage. So that is the truth of the story. And of course, we'll have to see how that goes. For me, I know the end result. There will be a relationship, otherwise I didn't need to write a background story for them. And as to how that relationship is at the start of the books, or at the start of the book series, and how it evolves along the way, well, that is something that you will only get to know when you start reading the books, and unfortunately you cannot read any of the books yet because they're not finished. So maybe in the future you can join me in as a beta reader or alpha reader. We'll have to see about that. It's a fun thing to do. It's fun to prepare for, but it's also a challenge. There are a lot of things I need to know about this relationship that I simply do not know yet. And I need to know them because I need to have certain information that I'm going to use in the first book and in other books as well. So that is why I decided to now write the background story instead of continuing writing my first book, because there are certain parts that I don't know yet, which are vital, which contain vital information for the future, and it will also influence how. It will also influence specific timelines, for example. So I really need to know what happened in the past, how their relationship evolved, and where they stand at the beginning of book one. how things are have progressed, and what has happened and what hasn't happened yet. So that's quite important. Um, I have a few things in mind that I think will have happened before book one. Um, it's I can't really tell anything about it, but those are quite important things. Um, and so I really need to know how that works, and who knows things about them and who doesn't know things about them, um, and um, people they have gotten to know or people they haven't gotten to know yet, places they have been to or not, things like that. In one specific part of information, for example, is if the princess will have been, um, or rather, I have to take a step before that. If this specific dragon rider, for now his work name is Nejat. I don't know his final name yet. I haven't come up with that. The princess I have, she's called Nasya, and her pet name is Naz. That's a pet name Nejat will give her in the future. At some point in during the history before book one. So that's yeah, that's that's important as well. The fun thing is, I first came up with the pet name, and only later came up with Nazia as her first name. But there are, I also need to know, what I started earlier. I also need to know, for example, if Nejat has his own house, for example, if he goes back to his old, to the house where he lived with his parents, with his biological father, because the Dragon Rider King isn't his biological father. Um, at the moment, from what I pictured now, he has no contact with his biological father, and he has no reason ever to go back there. So he wouldn't be there. He's come to Dragon City a couple of years before my first book starts, and he hasn't been back to his hometown, to the town where he was born, and to the house he lived in with his mother and father, to ever go back there. There is simply no reason at all. Um, so, but that is what I think at the moment. Um, it may be that during writing the background information, or the background story of this relationship between Nasya and Najat, I might come to a different conclusion, and I might have him return to his hometown, to his former home. Um, I don't know yet. At the moment, I don't think that will happen. It will all depend on how the rest of the story goes. So those are all kinds of things that I need to know, because it will be important later on, or it might be important later on. For example, if Nasya and Najat visited his old home or not. It might come in play later on in one of the later books. I don't know that yet either. But if somehow that home comes into play, I need to know if either one of them has been there in the past. So that is why it's important for me to think about that in this particular background story. And there are a lot more things. My apologies for the yawn. It's been a long week, a exhausting week, but at the moment I just want to write. I have a lot of things in mind. For example, I also need to know how they first met exactly. I have a idea in my head, but it might turn out that it isn't the ideal circumstance for them to meet. So that is something that I don't know yet. I will see how that goes when I continue writing this story, because it's how shall I say that? Um, for me, it's also a kind of a surprise. It will. I'll have to see how it turns out. If it works the way I have it in mind. It might not work that way. I might have to change things. Um, so yeah, those are things that I'm working on in the background story. The way they met and the way um, they grew towards each other, and what other people know about their relationship, about how they met, how they grew in their relationship, what was important to them. Perhaps some secret things. I know in one of the later books there is one scene where Nejat will tell us something specific that is something only the two of them know, so no one else can know. And for her, that is the moment that she realizes something that is important at that moment. I cannot divulge into what it is, but let's just keep it at that it convinces her when he tells her that particular sentence. Um, the fun thing is, I know that moment is going to happen. I know that for sure. Um, but I don't know yet what sentence it will be. But I have to know what sentence it will be before I can write that later scene. I might have it in flashbacks for her and for him in later books as well, but in a way that others won't know what it means and won't know who it's related to and things like that. So that is something I need to figure out, and a sentence that I really need to write. But that is why this background story is so important, because it will play a role. That little part, I mean, it's only going to be one sentence, but that little part is going to play a crucial role later on in one of the later books. So I need to have it figured out now in this background story. I need to have it figured out before I write the other books, because it might be mentioned in the first book and in the second book, because the scene I'm talking about is probably going to be in the third book or maybe in the second half of the second book. I'm not sure yet. That is something I need to figure out as well. And the storyline of the complete series is something that I'm going to work on once this background story has been written, because there is so much I still need to figure out. And I know myself, I can. In the past few years that I've been writing this story, I experienced that my stories might change, might really change compared to the outline I had originally written. Um, and that also meant that things that I had written earlier were not correct anymore, but things that I had written later on, I might have to foreshadow in earlier parts. And at this moment, the story as a whole is becoming so big. I mean, there is a reason why I'm writing multiple books instead of only one. It's becoming so big, and there are so many intrigues playing and so many complications playing, But it all, in the end, it all comes together in the final book. But I need to make sure that several things are already foreshadowed in the first book. And for that to be able to do that, I need to know certain things of the background story of this particular relationship. I've, for example, also been writing the background story of the antagonist. I'm not quite finished with that story yet, but there are a lot of things in there that help determine how she, because it's a she, it's not a him, it's not a man, it's a woman, the antagonist. There are a lot of things in her background story that in the end explains why she does what she does. Her reasoning behind it, also her reasoning behind um, the way she looks at one of the protagonists, at Ayla, my main healer. Um, that it all has its funding in her background. So that is also why I needed to write that story. It's fun because it's a peculiar thing, because oftentimes the antagonist is seen as simply a villain, and it's the bad guy and or the bad girl, and she needs to be dealt with, and afterwards it's all either she or he is dead, or in any way cannot do anything anymore. Um, I'll have to see how that goes for this particular antagonist. But oftentimes you do not see a lot of the background story of antagonists, and this is something that I think is still an important thing. Why does the antagonist do certain things? What is the reason? But also, why do they think it is a good thing that they do? Because I mean, one antagonist might want to, I don't know, to simply take care of their family. Why do why do people do bad things? I have no idea. It's different for everyone. It's different for each person, and that is something you will see in my series as well. No one is black or white. There's a huge gray area in the middle, or in the middle. There's a huge gray area between the black and the white, and there is not one person who is either black or white. They all have their good sides and their bad sides. I mean, how far would you go as a person when your family is threatened, for example? Would you be willing to, I don't know, to go out stealing something? Would you be willing to deceive people, to lie to people? Would you be willing to commit bigger crimes than stealing? Would you be willing to kill for someone just to protect your family? Well, normally you wouldn't hurt a fly, but some bad guy kidnapped your family and told you to kill. I don't know, to kill someone simply to protect your family. Would you do that? So that is why I think people are not black or white. There's the whole area in between, the whole gray area, and that is where people are, and not at the end of either spectrum. Because I think, in all honesty, if I were confronted with a situation like that, I mean, if family of mine were threatened or whatever, I mean, if there were some kind of reason, some reason that would be so bad for me, that would be so bad that I would turn to crime to solve that. I mean, it would have to be spectacularly bad. And at the moment, I cannot imagine what it will be. But yeah, how far would you go? And I think in many books and TV series and movies, etc., etc., um, antagonists are often painted black, essentially, and we don't look into why that villain is like that. While if you look at the core as to why someone does those bad things, you might find that there is a good reason, and you might be able to help them in another way. So yeah, in that respect, I think for me it was important to also write the background story of the antagonist. But today I'm not writing her background story. I'm writing Nasya's and Nejat's background story, which is turning out to be quite interesting as well. Um, in my original thoughts, I hadn't even or in my original idea of the books, Nejat didn't even play a role. He wasn't there. Originally, were two Dragon Rider brothers, two sons of the king, and well, now there's a third one. Since I started to rewrite my books and rewrite the outlines and things like that. So now there are three brothers, and when Nejat came into play, um, there were things I didn't know about him yet, and I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't quite thought of his history yet. I knew where he would start in the book roughly. I knew what had happened to him. At least that was the idea I had. That would happen. Um, at the moment, I still think that certain events have happened before the book starts, and we are confronted with the result of those events, concerning Nejat and Nasya. Um, so I hadn't thought of how he might be in history, in the life before book one started, because he hadn't been an important character yet. And as my outline and my ideas of my series progressed, Nejat became a more and more important character. So now I have to figure out a few things, and I discovered that Nejat is maybe originally kind of a playboy. So that's going to be very interesting, because Nasya is not going to accept that. So that is the interesting dimensions of this relationship, I think, and it will be fun to see where they end up, how they end up. I mean, I have this idea how they end up. The original idea is that they are going to be married at some point. But how is their relationship, and how will it work? So will they grow towards each other, or won't they? Will they? I don't know. Maybe start having interest in each other, or are they repulsed by each other? So those are all things that I need to answer in my background story, and then use that information in the other stories, or in the following books. Let me put it that way. I need to use that information to determine how things are going, and how certain events will happen. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to have it like that, and to work on it. It's a fun thing. I'm going to take a very short break because I need to get something to drink. I noticed that I forgot to grab my water bottle. So I'd like to suggest a short bathroom break and drink break, and I'll be back in about um, let's say 10 minutes. I'll see you soon. Wait, wait. Oké. Die aflevering gewoon. Het is nog 3 uur. Hoe dan? Even kijken. Die even reset. Oké. Oh, die heb ik hierin zitten. Oké. En die heb ik ook al bij hierin zitten. Eentje moet ik toch in de koelkast leggen. Ja, wat ik even zal doen. Juist. meer licht. Dat is wel zo handig. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. And I will continue writing in a few moments. I'll need to catch up with something on the Discord. I thought there was a message I had to do something about, something with. Let me check quickly for a moment. That seems alright. Ah, yeah. Let's check here. No, I don't know. Okay. No, it's alright. Sometimes there are things that you just need to check just to be sure that everything is going everything still is going smoothly. I would say we'll just turn back to writing. I'm looking forward to writing another couple of hundred words. Reaching my goal of 3,000 might be something that might become hard, but then again, I still have about 2 or 3 hours to go, so oh well, we'll see how it goes. I wish you all a lot of fun, and I hope you can write a lot as well, or just work on whatever project you're doing. Maybe you're editing and you like to go along. So I wish you all a lot of fun, and let's get into it again. And we're sprinting for another 25 minutes. Enjoy! My apologies. Apparently, I said something wrong, and uh, the live stream went back to the be right back status, but I've been here all along for quite a while already. I'll just keep continuing writing now. Please forgive me. Apparently, I used the wrong key. I wish you a lot of fun writing, and I'll see you in 25 minutes. Hello, and this is the end of the current sprint. I hope you did well. I managed to write about 800 words, making my total 1324 words. So I'm slowly getting to my goal of 3000 words. Let me know how you are doing. I'm looking forward to hearing your progress. It's not always easy to keep on writing, especially if you how shall I say this? My apologies. Especially if you haven't made an outline and you're not used to writing without an outline, I find. But it's a fun thing to do. I discovered that my main dragon rider at the moment of the main dragon rider of this background story, Nejat, has a softer side for kids. So it will be fun to see how that progresses through the story. I'm not sure yet. In a future scene, I had imagined him to be a bit softer towards children in a palace, but I hadn't thought of why he would be like that at that moment. Originally, I thought it might even be painful for him to see the child, to see the some of the children playing there, or one of the children being there with him. Right now, I think maybe they could offer some solace to him in that particular scene later on. I'll have to see how it goes. In the meantime, I am now at a total of 6 team members, including Nejat for his team, and I handily named them teammate 1, 2, 4. There is one teammate I had originally given a name, and I fear that I have used a name which wasn't originally someone in his team, so I'll have to look about that. I might simply include or replace the correct name, or replace this name with the correct name, I have to say. I'm not quite sure if I had made a full team for Nejat already, so I'll have to check that later on. I forgot to do that. Oh, my apologies for the yawn. It's a fun thing to discover. It's not. I once wrote a story just like that, without an outline or anything. I managed to write myself into a corner, being a corner of a Mary Sue, so that wasn't a good thing, because that's usually not the best way to do that. And it's just a fun thing if when you realize that you have done that and that you now need to fix things. In this case, or in that case, I have to say, it wasn't an extremely important story, and I didn't quite have an idea how to continue with the story and how to finish it. It was just a story that popped up. So I could easily just set it aside and work on other projects. In this case, I have an idea of where I want the character, or this character particularly Nejat, where I want him to end up. My apologies again. But that doesn't mean that it makes things easier, because this is a whole history I hadn't quite thought of. But it will be interesting to see how it works out, and how it also works out with the other team members I mentioned, with the princess, with Nasya. Because those are all things that will play in the future, and that will. I'm sorry, my eye is itching right now. It's probably the hay fever. Um, it's it's things. These are things that are not set in stone. Let me put it that way. I mean, things can change depending on how the story develops. Um, it's also one of the reasons I started writing this background story, because I found while writing the story and working on my outline for the entire series, I found that there was just simply too much information I didn't know yet. Um, and even though I could write it just into the story, I knew that it might wreak havoc on what I already had written, and that was not something I wanted. Um, this is the draft I'm working on currently is my technically my second draft, um, and there is already a lot of work I need to do in comparison to my first draft. There are several chapters I need to rewrite entirely, um, because Nejat is playing a more important role. The relationship between the Dragon Riders King and the three princes has changed. Several other things have changed. There is more intrigue now. There are things the antagonist does that influences things that play outside of the white city where she is living, and that can have a huge influence. So those are also things that I need to include. And Nejat and Nasya's story will in a way have something to do with that, and it possibly can influence things that happen in later books. And I know that the antagonist is working on intrigues, on problems that might play in Dragon City in the future, for example. So her reach is far, is way. It's way further than I originally thought, and it has far more potential influence on relationships, on characters that I originally didn't even think about, but that now play an important role in the books. So that is why getting more information from this background story will help tremendously to find point to make the details in the other books better, to make the storyline better, to make the story development better, um, and to make a more immersive, both a more immersive world and a more immersive story. And that is a combination that I think is important. I mean, you have to, how should I say this? You have to have a world that is believable. And for example, my dragons, they can only go that far during the day, or if you have dragons that prefer to fly during the night. I mean, not all dragons prefer the day, but they only can go that far without eating, without drinking. They have to rest. They have to be able to rest. Then the same goes for all the people in the world. Um, those are things you have to keep in mind when writing a story and when working on your world. Um, Even if you write a modern story set in our present day Earth, um, I mean, there's a difference between, for example, going from let's say Amsterdam in the Netherlands to Maastricht, in the southern part of the Netherlands, by train, by car, by bike, and by foot. I mean, there's a huge time difference, and that's just considering modern day transport. I mean, I really wouldn't go by bike from Amsterdam to Maastricht, because I mean it would take hell, probably days at least, to get there, if not weeks, depending on how fast you cycle. By train, it can take a couple of hours. I think, if I'm correct, it might take 3 or 4 hours. By car, it will probably, let's see, I think about 3 hours. Let's just not talk about going by foot, because I mean, no, that's just not gonna happen. Not in modern day world, unless you're, I don't know, doing some pilgrimage or something. But a pilgrimage from Amsterdam to Maastricht, I don't see that happening. So those are things you have to keep in mind, even if you're writing a modern day story. I hear people saying, "Oh, but I don't need to write. I I don't need to write to work on world building, because I'm writing a modern day story, and it is set in this earth." And but you need to know about distances. You need to know about travel time. You need to know about the layouts of a city or a village, things like that. And that goes both for a modern day world, and it goes for any fantasy world you create. And everything in between. I mean, if you write about Earth but set in a time frame of several centuries ago, I mean, there weren't electric lanterns yet, and we didn't have cars yet several centuries ago. Um, TV, computers, stuff like that. I mean, that's all from the last century. Well, cars technically are older, I think, just like airplanes. But many things we currently regard as we take for granted currently are things that have emerged in the last 125 years. So if you write a story that plays before that, and let's say 2, 3, 4 centuries ago, the whole world looked different. There is a scene in Outlander, I think. Yeah, in Outlander. I think it's the first or the second episode. I'm not quite sure of the TV series. There you can see it really good. I won't spoil too much, but everybody knows that Claire goes back in time, and when she arrives there at night, or when there's a moment at night, she thinks that she's on a film set or something. So she's asking where a certain town is, because it's so dark there. So she doesn't recognize the town that she's close by. Um, it is because in present day the time has all kinds of lighting, so you see it from quite a distance, and at that same distance she cannot see it several centuries earlier, because the lights aren't there. I mean, they had to use fire, and the lanterns with candles, things like that. So that's a huge difference, and that plays just on Earth. I mean, that's not a fantasy world. It's simply Earth from several centuries ago. So those are things to keep in mind when writing, and that is also what I find in my story. For example, in Dragon City, we have I've made Aeries, where the dragons live, and most of the dragon riders, the dragon companions, live there as well. Um, but to get to the Aeries from other places, they usually need a horse or a donkey or whatever. There are several kinds of animals that can be used like that. that can be used as a mount. And you need to know that. And for example, the scene I was just writing, they left Dragon City from the Aeries, and before that, they went by horse to the Aeries from somewhere else. Um, at that moment, I realized, okay, they took a horse from the stables where they were, which also means that they have to leave the horse somewhere in the Aeries. So where do they leave that? With the stable boys somewhere there, who will collect the horses at the temporary stable at the Aeries for all the dragon riders, waiting for all the dragon riders to return. And either the dragon riders stay in the Aeries, or they go back and need a horse to go back to wherever they came from originally. And when the dragon riders left, they left for a certain city in the in some southern town. I haven't thought of a name yet, and that takes some time. And also, they cannot just fly into the city, so they have to wait in the. So they arrive at the outskirts of the city, probably. From what I envisioned at the moment, it is. The outskirts of this town are how shall I say this, are some fields, some meadowy thing, maybe at the edge of a forest. I don't know, something like that. I haven't quite thought of it yet. And they meet a group of children, seemingly beggar children, because they have hardly any clothes on. They don't have any shoes. Their faces and arms and everything that's bare is smudged. So that is a different world that you meet. And those are things to keep in mind. Those are things to think about when you are writing your story, but maybe also before that. I mean, I'm currently writing the background story of this character, of these two characters, and I come up with things like that, and I might connect this particular part to a place I had already thought of. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to check my maps later on. I haven't completed it yet. But that's the world that I created, and I'm still designing it. I'm not finished yet with the maps and the locations of where all the cities and villages, etc., are. I have made a very rough layout of the continents and countries and things like that. But there are also a lot of things I don't know yet. Simply because I haven't needed them yet. And that is also how I work with world building and writing. There might come a moment when I find that I need some more world building because I don't know a particular thing and I need it in my story. But there are also moments when I'm working on my worlds and I find that there's something I can use in my story, or that it is a good grounds for something to happen in my story, for example. So it's something that interacts with each other, world building and writing. And in this case, with the scene, the chapter I'm writing today, that's also the case. So that's a fun thing, and also on one hand it's the world building part that's challenging but fun in this particular chapter. On the other hand, it's also the fact that I now have a cast of 6 people, one of which is one of the princess, one of the Dragon Riders princess. And this cast needs to be in the books that I'm also writing. And of course, Nejat is already mentioned. I made one mistake with one character name, and I'm slowly more and more convinced that he really isn't a part of Nejat's team. So I probably need to check my original notes for that, because I think he was in a completely different team. He maybe had a team of his own, so I'll probably need to replace this particular name. But there are 4 more teammates, and I remember that I made some notes about potential teammates for 1 moment. There's something that keeps on nagging. I just don't know what it is. There are 4 teammates at the moment who haven't been given their names yet. But that's okay. That's not a huge problem. It's just that I need to look into my notes and see if I had already thought of names yet, or if I had seen certain actors, for example, or models who might be fitting for the story and who might be fitting for that team, but for whom I didn't have a name yet, a character name. So those are things I have to figure out. So for now, it's still teammate 1 to 4 and Southern Town 1 and fill in the dragon name, because apparently I hadn't thought of a name for Nejat's dragon yet. So yeah, things like that are still swarming my current chapter, but that's okay. I'll figure it out sooner or later. That's the challenge that comes with writing a chapter that wasn't intended and for which I haven't written any outline in any form, and something that I found that I really need. So yeah, it's a challenge, but it's fun to do. So without further ado, because I can keep on talking, but I also want to write, and I also want to try to reach my goal of 3,000 words today, because that means that I'm on a good roll. Just about just a little something about the word count. The word count for me is a tool. It's not a goal at itself. For me, it's a tool to keep on going and to see myself making progress. And yes, I have a word count goal of 3,000 words for today, and I have a word count goal of 10,000 words for August. But it's not that I want to write words to reach that goal. It's really a tool to keep me going, to keep me writing. That is how I see the word count goal, and it's in some way it works for me the same with the word count goal during the camps, during NaNoWriMo camps, because you are really free to make whatever you want with them. My apologies, because my microphone is really starting to bug me. I don't know why. It keeps bugging me. Okay, hopefully this is better. Okay, so if anyone happens to be somewhere, just let me know if the mic is better now, because I'm kind of irritated by it, but it's okay. In the meantime, yeah, I'm sorry, I've just lost my train of thoughts. As for the word count goal in April and in July, those are things that we can set ourselves, and we're totally free to do that. And we don't have to use the default 50,000 K or 50,000 words. My apologies, 50K. 50K is more than enough for November. Or the 50K from November. But in November, there's when you're participating in NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writing Month, there is that goal of 50,000 words. And at that moment, if and when I decide to participate in NaNoWriMo, and I plan on participating this year again in November, so keep an eye on this channel and subscribe to be notified of nano preparations, and other things that will help you with your writing during nano, because I'll be doing some live writing sessions during November as well. Probably more than I have now planned. I have now planned weekly writing sessions starting today, but in November I might do writing sessions twice a week, or maybe even more. I'll have to see how it goes by then, how things are with me health-wise, because I'm still suffering from long COVID, which isn't easy, but I'm slowly getting out of it, luckily. I'm very thankful for that. But going back to the word count, yeah, in November, the word count is a goal. And this year I might either continue with book 1 or start book 2. It all depends on where I am in book 1. And that is kind of rebelling, because if I continue in book 1, it's not a new project I'm working on, but at the same time I kind of don't really care. I mean, at that moment I'm just writing, and I'm writing to finish my story and to finish my series, and that is what's more important to me. So yeah, that is what is important to me. And for the word count wise, let me put it that way. And for the rest, it's all just what everyone wants to do for themselves. And in this case, my goal of 3,000 words for today is to keep me writing, and to keep on going, and that is what is important to me. So, without further ado, to get further into that goal, I suggest that we get another writing session on the way. Once my drive is ready with saving my documents, because that's important as well. Here's just a small reminder: keep on making backups of your documents. I mean, I've had it happening twice this year already, that I had to reset my laptop, and so now I decided to have my main document just on my external hard drive and work from there. I do realize that's not an ideal situation, but I want to make sure that I don't lose all my work when my laptop crashes again. It's kind of weird, because my laptop is really good, so it shouldn't have happened twice in a year. Oh, hi Fadina, it's great to see you join. Thank you. How are you doing? Yeah, Fadina, sorry for the late join, just here to say hi. Well, I'm very happy to see you join. What's my current word count, and how long do you think you'll keep on going? My current word count is about 1,300 words, so I'll keep on going probably for an hour, maybe 2 hours, because I really want to get to that goal of 3,000. So if you're happy to join me for another couple of hours, you're very welcome. How was your weekend so far? I'm just babbling along. But that's okay. I don't mind that. It's also fun for viewers who turn up later and who join us, either during the live stream or later on when the live stream has ended. So, Vidina, you'll eat first and then join. Yay! Thanks, thanks. It will be fun to see you join. I was just about to start a writing session of 25 minutes. Do you want to join that one? I can wait. That's okay. Or will you join the next one after that? And please let me know if you hear a I don't know, a weird sound in my mic, because I hear it in my headphones, but it might just be something here with me. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of annoying. Fedina, you go ahead. I'll join the next one. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'll just start a new writing session of 25 minutes. Let's see. Here we are. Oh, I just did something wrong. Okay. Well, for those who are joining in later after the session has ended, be sure to leave your word count goal and what you are working on down below in the comments, and I will respond to that as soon as possible. Sometimes I seem to miss notifications of comments that have been given, but I try to check at least my comments every day, so I might respond a little bit later, but I try to at least check the comments every day, once a day. So be sure that I will check your comments. Share your experiences, share what you're working on, and where you are stuck, why you are stuck, and how we can help you with it. I'm not the only one who's writing. Other people are writing as well. And Fidina is one of the cabin members who joined. I think in April, didn't you, Fidina? And we had a very nice cabin during April NaNoWriMo. It was fun to do, and we helped each other with world building issues and story developments and things like that. So feel free to leave a comment and to ask for help, because you might write alone, but you're not lonely, and you don't have to do it all by yourself. You are very much allowed to ask for help. So let's get to it, and I'll start another writing session right now. If my 1 moment. My apologies, that came unexpected. So let's try it again. I'm gonna start a writing session, and I'll see you in 25 minutes. well, it seems I missed the mark again of the end of the sprint. I hope you were doing all right. I managed to write almost 700 words and I'm now at 2,000 words, so that's going good. I didn't quite expect that. I missed the end of the sprint because I have a different system set up for today, and I hope next week with live stream I will have a similar system to what I originally had during previous live streams, and we will hear a sound alarm halfway and at the end of the sprint, because that will help us keep track of what's going on. In my case, I found that Nejat will defend the young children from injustice. This was just a simple thing. There were some beggar children outside whom he asked to take care of the dragons, and he noticed they were in shabby clothes, no shoes, like I told you earlier. So yeah, he's working on that. Oh, Fidina, congrats! I'm starting my laptop. Thank you, Fidina. Thank you. I feel good about this. There's a good progression. And how was your dinner? I hope it was good. And I'll see you soon. Joining with your laptop. In this case, Nejat made sure that the children will have proper meals at some point during the afternoon, evening, as a thank you for taking care of the companions of the dragons. While he and his teammates go into town looking into a counterfeit issue, that is why they went to the town. And they might do something more than that. They might visit establishments with a, let's say, looser reputation, questionable reputation. And that, of course, is something that Nasya is not going to like when she hears about that in the future. But, well, I mean, she will realize, or she does realize, she does know that men will visit those kinds of establishments. And she doesn't, how shall I say this? She's not one to disapprove of that, but she disapproves this time because Nejat was supposed to meet her and the rest of the delegation. So that is what she will have an issue with in the future. So that will be fun to write. I think it will be. I'll have to figure out how I am going to make her realize what he did and make her find out what he did. I'm not quite sure yet how far he will go. I'll have to see about that, but it will be fun. It's progressing nicely. It's these are things that how shall I say this, that can be a surprise, and at the same time it will help with the story, and that is what is important. I mean, I don't care if it's a surprise, as long as it is a good thing, and it can bring my story forward, or in this case, help get my background better, help shed some more light on the relationship between these two main characters. It's a win-win situation, and it's not something I do mind. It's something I highly welcome, in fact. So yeah, that's a fun thing. And it's what shall I say? It's I think that there might be more surprises in the future for the two of them. Um, I mean, they each have a certain character and a certain way of thinking and a certain upbringing, norms and values, um, which is normal. We all have that. And the beauty of that is that each and every one has a different set of norms and values. My apologies again. And that's okay. That's good. It is what makes us different, and it is what sets us apart from another person, and that makes life interesting. And in this case, that also makes this relationship interesting, and um, the way they see each other in the beginning, and the way they grow into things, and the way they see each other when the first book starts. So yeah, that will be fun. um, as an author, it will be fun to discover it, and to be able to, in one way or another, include it in my future books, because that is, it is, both defining and a fun thing. And when you discover more of a character, I know there are writers, authors who say, you do not discover characters, you think them up. Well, it depends on your own process, and it depends on how you look at it, and on your point of view. For me, I discover them. Um, it's like I experience in my world building. At some point, I was really stuck with the question why one character hadn't met her siblings in years, and I do mean years, while they lived in the same city. And at some point, something clicked, and I realized that if you have a city of, I don't know, 100,000 or 200,000 people living in it, the chance that you will meet someone from the other side of the city, especially in a city like that, in a setting where you have no cars and things like that, so you do not easily cross long distances. In such a setting, it is very logical that you wouldn't meet someone. I mean, right here, right now, in my old hometown, we had about, I don't know, a couple of 100,000 people living there, and there would easily go by several years, um, for me to see someone in another part of the town, if I didn't intentionally seek them out. Um, and that's in the modern day, where we have cell phones and where we have cars and bicycles and all that, to make our life easier and to make communication easier, and to, so if you think about that, then it's far more logical that people who do not have all these means, wouldn't that easily meet one another. And that is something I literally discovered, because it wasn't something I intentionally thought up. I really had to come up, I really had to discover it, the reason why they wouldn't meet. And with these characters, it is the same. I have characters I originally just planned as what I call world building characters, because essentially they fulfill the role. They have a role in the story, simply to show something of world building, or to show something of the character, the personality of one of the main characters. And so they don't have a role to progress the story. Instead, they have a role to show. Um, and in this case, it's the same with the Beggar children who Nejat meet. They don't need to be there. I mean, the dragons can take care of themselves. Let's be honest. I mean, they can catch a thing or two, and they've just eaten. So yeah, and they ate before they left Dragon City, so they're not in need of food. I established that in the story, and they don't really need someone to scratch them behind the ears. It's easy, you know. I mean, you don't need to lift a paw to scratch that itching place behind your ear, but and at the same time, certain places cannot really be handled very well with claws. I mean, it's different with our fingers, but with claws and with sharp nails on it and things like that, you might cut yourself instead of scratching. So you might make things worse. So in that case, a human or any other people scratching you behind your ears or somewhere that's not easily reachable or where you might hurt yourself, yeah, that would be easy. But having children of not even 10 years old, not really necessary. I mean, the adults can do that as well, no problem. So in this case, it's the group of Beggar children show something of the world. They are there to show something of the world. They are there to show how Nejat handles things. Also, the other dragon riders, dragon companions. They are there to show a few aspects of the dragons, but they are also there to show some personality traits of one of the officers, for example, of the guards in the town, and that is also their function. Are they needed to progress the story? No. To be honest, no, they're not needed to progress the story. But I think, and especially this is a background story, so I mean, I don't care. It's not like I'm gonna publish it in the books. I might hint at something that happened if and when that is needed, but not for the sake of just mentioning it. In this case, I do this also for myself, because the background story, after all, is something I use for myself, and it also helps me to show a bit of the character, the personality of that officer character. And that is needed to see how Nejat will and the other and his other team members will handle this particular officer and other guards who are in the city. This particular officer doesn't think highly of the beggar children. I mean, in a certain aspect, that's logical. I mean, they have hardly any clothes. They don't wear shoes. They always look smudged and dirty. So to a certain extent, I can imagine that. I can imagine why he would think like that. At the same time, for Nejat, it also shows a certain aspect of that character that he doesn't like. And this character is supposed to do something about about a counterfeit issue. And because this character treats the beggar children like dirt, I mean, let's be honest, it's what he does. Nejat doesn't really trust this officer. it's like what we see in our modern world. Um, the best way to judge someone, as it is often said, is to look at how someone treats a waiter or any other low staff member or whatever, the gardener or someone who picks up the garbage. See how someone higher up in the chains treats those people, and you'll get a good idea of the character of such a person, and that is what I see in this background story in particular. Um, and it's a fun thing to discover because Nejat has a playboy style in a certain way, but he has a soft spot for children, and it was more than I had originally thought. And as it turns out, he really despises people who cannot treat lower people better. Like this officer, he really despises this officer, and this officer will find out in the future. One of Nejat's team members, his second in command, tells the officer, "You clearly do not know who you are speaking to." And remember, this is a team that has been to this particular village, to this particular town, for several times already. Also on non-official occasions, just for a visit, and well, maybe those questionable establishments were visited during those non-official visits. So let me put it that way. So that it's not like he's a stranger there. And one of the hard rules the three brothers had set up, the three princes had set up for themselves, in with approval of their father, the Dragon Rider King, is that they will not expose themselves as being the prince, being one of the princes, unless it is absolutely necessary. So they are just, in this case, a team leader. Nejat is a team leader, and he will only expose himself as one of the princes if it is absolutely necessary, if there is absolutely no other way to get things done that need to be done. So for all other occasions, he will not expose himself. So the fact that his second in command suggests that he is more than just a dragon companion, that's already borderlining. It is also why his second in command doesn't continue after he said that, and Nejat takes over again the conversation with the officer. But the officer does now have an inkling that there is something going on, that there is something more going on than meets the eye at first. And he is set into his place by Nejat and the second in command. So he will now at least, how shall I say this? For now, go along with them. How that will turn out, we'll have to see. Fidina, are you ready to start writing? Shall I start another writing session? And I think I totally forgot to say. Oh, I did. I said it. I told it. I need to reset my session targets. Fidina, you're ready. Perfect. Let's get to it. So that, oh, I just clicked away my scrivener. That's not handy. Luckily, I just moved to another window and didn't close it. Okay, let's start another 25-minute writing session. And The ball is on. Happy sprinting! Oh, thank you, Fidina. Happy writing to you too. My apologies, I had the wrong screen in front of me. I had the wrong window in front of me. And that's the sound of another sprint finished. How did it go for you? Fedina, how was your writing going? And for others who are joining in later on, how did your writing go at this sprint? I hope you all managed to write a nice amount of words. I managed to write just above 600 words, and I'm at the moment at 2,600 words, a little bit over. So that went well. And I discovered that the officer I was telling you about earlier, well, he's been away for several years. He's been abroad, so he hasn't been on the continent. And, well, that might explain why he doesn't know a few things like a very wealthy merchant. Because it's not just a few years, he's been away for quite a long time, let's say a decade or maybe longer. And now he's trying to tell the dragon riders that this merchant has distributed the counterfeit money. Yeah, the dragon riders are not buying that story, so that's he's gonna have a hard time dealing with them this way. It's becoming more and more interesting by the minute if I don't care a lot. If I don't pay attention enough, this is going to turn out into a novel at some point. But I mean, there's enough in it already in the first 2,600 words to write a nice line, a nice storyline. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. Maybe it can be a novel, a novella, or just a short story. I'll see about that. For now, it's just turning out to become a fun background story, and I get to know more about this particular officer and about the dragon riders. They're just not having his nonsense. Fidina, you wrote 460 additional words this sprint. Awesome! You did well. That's great. That's great to hear. Would you like to join us join me in another sprint in a few minutes? It's I'm close to 3,000 now, but since it's going so well, I might just keep on going until I'm spent of words. Yes, please. Oh, excellent. Just a couple of more minutes. I'll just grab a drink and then we can continue. This is fun to do. I'm happy writing at the moment. So with the weeks I've had, this is a very good distraction, and I'm happy that the writing is going so well. It's fun to see how the background story is developing. I hadn't expected this, but I don't care. It's fun. It's fun. So yeah. I need to get something to drink. Let's say in about 5 minutes we'll be back. Is that for you? Is that alright for you? It's slowly coming together the way I feel it. It's yeah, I'm happy with it. I can be oh, that's perfect for you. Oh, perfect. That's good to hear. So yeah, slowly coming together. Background story is progressing nicely. So and mind you, this is all just in the first day, the first morning. This is probably playing around, or maybe shortly after lunchtime. So and lunchtime there in Tergaenae is probably around 11 because people start early. So yeah, it's around 11 instead of 12 instead of noon. So keep that in mind. Okay, back in 5 minutes. I'm going to grab something to drink and take a little bathroom break, and I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. That is to say, if my system... yeah, perfect. Okay, I've got my snacks, healthy cheese, and the last cherries of this season. I mean, cherries were really expensive this year. I hope they will be less expensive next year, because now I had to pay 10 euros per kilo, so that's a lot. That's really a lot. But I do love me some cherries, so I decided to buy them, and I've been drying them. So I've got loads of dried cherries to get me through the off season, and I still have some fresh cherries left, so I have these as snacks currently. So those are my healthy snacks, because it's important to have something to eat and to have something to drink while you are writing, and if you can do that in a healthy way, that's awesome as well. And I think it's important to do that. Know myself, otherwise I might turn to, I don't know, sweet snacks, and well, let's not go there, because I mean that's it's tasty, I'll give you that, and I love it, but it's not so healthy for me. So I'll keep it at cherries that are sweet as well, but in a way different kind than chocolate, and cheese, because that's just also healthy, and I like cheese as well. So I've got my snacks, I've got my drink, and this mug is from Scotland. I bought it a few years ago. I think I was in Scotland in 2019, and I had a great time there. It was with my peak challenge, and so we were there with I think 20 or 30 Dutch peakers. It was great. It was really awesome. And in the weeks leading up to that event, I spent 1.5 weeks, I think, in Scotland, in Edinburgh. And Edinburgh is such a great town to be, and I really want to go back there once again, and also just go back to Scotland, and sometime visit Ireland, because I've seen photos and videos of Ireland, and I'd love to go there someday. So hopefully that's also in my future. But Scotland, yeah, I've been there 2 times, once in Glasgow and once in Edinburgh. And I have a habit, I've developed a habit about 20 years ago, I think, of taking mugs like this one, from the places I visit, from the countries I visit, and take them home, and actually also use them, because that's important as well. And mugs like these are mugs that I hand wash. I don't put them in the dishwasher, because I'm afraid the text will go, or I have mugs like I have one from Perugia in Italy, and that has a photo, a black and white photo of the town, of a part of the town on it. So I those are mugs I really hand wash, and other mugs I just put in the dishwasher, and it's okay, that's fine. But those are really special mugs. So I've got my snacks, I've got my drinks, I've also got my trusted dupper with water to keep me going. And I expect I will take another break in an hour or so to get some more snacks, but that's okay. Yeah, Fadina, you agree with that? Great, awesome. Okay, since we're ready, let's hit another sprint again for 25 minutes, and we'll see how things progress after that. Oh, I need to reset my session counter. I'm progressing nicely towards the 3,000 goal. I only need to write another 400 words, and then I have reached my 3,000 goal. So that will happen in the next session, in this session, in this coming session. But after that, I'll think I'll just, like I just wrote in the chat, I think I'll just keep on going until the words dry up today, and see how far I can go, or unless it's starting to get close to midnight or something. And I mean, at some point, we all need to get to sleep. So, and yeah, it's important I get sleep as well. Um, because by then I will have been streaming for a lot of hours, and it's fun. I get to write, and I get to see all of you join and write and reach your goals, or progress towards your goals. So that's awesome. Um, so yeah, I'll just keep on writing until I don't know what to write anymore, and maybe I finish the background story of Nejat Nasya, and then maybe I'll continue with the background story of my antagonist Moira. Um, but I have a feeling that Nejat and Nasya's background story will become quite large. Because I'm now at 2,600 words, and this is all just Nejat and nothing yet about Nasya. So it will become interesting. So let's get to it. Let's start another sprint of 25 minutes, and I'll see you in 25 minutes. Happy writing! that is the sign of the end of the sprint. Well, not exactly. I see we have a few seconds left, but it's 3, 2, 1, and end of the sprint. How did you guys do? Fedina, how did your writing go? I hope it went well. I managed to write a whopping 739 words, so I reached my goal today. I'm at 3,348 words. So I reached my 3,000 word goal today, so that's awesome. But I am going to continue writing because the story keeps on evolving, and yeah, there's gonna be some very interesting things. I mean, the moment I made note to myself in a background story to figure out some things is the moment that I think, okay, there's more to it. Fedina, you got another 400-ish done. Oh, excellent, excellent, congrats. And you want to keep on going too. Okay, well, we're gonna do that. Let me tell you very briefly about what I found out, and then we will head in for another sprint. Like I said earlier, there's this officer whom is irritating Nejat, and now he told Nejat that he has been elsewhere for the last decade or so. So he's been out he's been out of the news loop, let me put it that way, and he's been in a very remote location. And well, Nejat asked him where he was actually at and things like that. And then the officer replied, well, I'm not at liberty to tell you where I've been, sir. I had to swear to keep that information to myself. So the note I now made was, okay, who does he work for? Is there a possibility he's working for the antagonist? Or has he been working for some other group that's in a hidden city somewhere on another continent, in a desert? Yeah, okay, so you might see where this is going. This is going to be fun because that particular city is going to play an important role in the future as well. That is something I had already planned, so that's not a surprise. But his role, the role of this particular officer, I'm not sure about it yet. One of the surprising things is he has a second in command. He invited to come with him to the current town where Nejat and his dragon riders are, as his second in command. And this second in command is mute. He cannot speak anymore because he doesn't have a tongue anymore. So Nejat is now very curious as to how this second in command controls his subordinates. Nejat is no stranger to mute people in higher places, and he has met mute people and can also converse with mute people. So that's not the issue. The issue is that he sees more and more things that something is really wrong in this southern town, and he doesn't understand what is going on. He doesn't understand why this particular officer only now finds out that supposedly a very wealthy merchant is spreading counterfeit money. A merchant who is known all over the continent, who is known in Dragon City, in other big places, but also in smaller places. He's really very, very wealthy. So he doesn't need that counterfeit money, and he has a reputation, a very good reputation as a merchant. So he can't afford to get into something like counterfeit money, because that will ruin his reputation, and that will be really a very big problem. So yeah, there are things going on that are very bad. And the last thing Nejat just asked one of his team members is what I literally wrote: what on the seven seas is going on here? Has it been really that long since we've been here on official business that we did not notice the change of the guard? So yeah, that's going to be interesting to say at the least, because there's a lot going on. And well, some things might in the end turn out for the better, and some things might turn out for the worse. I'll have to see how it plays out. I'm not sure yet. The officer might be the wolf in disguise, but he also might be exactly the help they need later on in the series. He might be exactly the opposite of the wolf in disguise, and he might be a true help and a true good man that can help the dragon riders and others. So I'm curious to find out what this man is like, and how things have been for him, at least for that bit that we need to know, and what role he will take in this background story with Nejat, and possibly also with Nasya, but I'm not sure about that yet. And also in the future in the rest of the books. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So it is now almost 6:30 p.m. and we'll just keep on going. I'm really happy with the result at the moment. It's I mean, I've surpassed my 3,000 words goal, and I still have ideas to keep on writing. The words haven't dried up yet, so I'll just keep on writing. I have my snacks with me, I have my drink with me, my drinks, my hot chocolate, well, that's going to be cold right now, and my water, so I can keep on going for a while. So let's start for another sprint. Wait, one moment. What I found helpful is, and maybe it can help you, and maybe you have a completely other way to work with it, is to set a session target for a sprint. And I'm using Scrivener, and I find Scrivener really ideal to use for my projects. But that's for me. That's a personal thing. In Scrivener, you have the option to set project targets, and at the moment for this manuscript for August, I have set the manuscript target for at 10,000 words. But you can also set session targets. And what I do for the sprints is I set a session target of 500 words. I know in the past I have been able to write sometimes 1,000 words, and with a little bit over 700 words I was close to that. But the beauty of the session target, the setting it at a word count that is achievable for you, is that when you've crossed that word count goal, you'll see a green bar because you've reached the goal, and you will also get a pop-up notification that your session target has been reached. So that is a positive thing during your writing, that you have reached a goal, and it can help you keep on going with your writing. That is one of the things. One of the fun things also during NaNoWriMo, you have this graph, and they set out the goals per day. And that's also something that you can keep a check on. But in this case, I used the session target from Scrivener, and that helps me a lot. It helps me to keep on going, especially because I reached those green bars, and that's awesome. So, without further ado, let's get into it again, and we'll get into another 25-minute sprint, and I'm gonna, let's see, can I do this? No, I need to change to another. Yes, let's go for 25 minutes again. Happy writing! Oh, Fadina, you're almost at the end of your scene now at 900 words. I'm thinking one last session for me. Oh, excellent. Congrats. You're doing awesome. And just keep on going. If you feel like you can write more, just keep on going and have fun. That's the most important thing. Have fun with your writing. And let us know how you're doing at the end of this session. I'm really curious to hear about that. It is in here then. This next one. And that is the mark for the end of our sprint. How did it go for you? I managed to write another 640 words, 41 words, bringing my total to 3,989 words. So I'm well on my way to my goal of 10,000 words, which also means I have written almost 4,000 words today. I started out with 130 words almost. So I've written a lot, which is a good thing, and I like it. In this part that I have just written, Nejat has asked the officer to call in some of his men, amongst him the mute, and also some of the men who were already in this town for the last couple of years. So it will be interesting to see how it goes. At the moment, the mute, the second in command, is honored to meet the distinguished dragon riders like Nejat, and he hopes to be able to answer all his questions. And the other guards who Nejat asked if they knew why they were asked to come, all denied to know anything, or denied to know why Nejat asked them to come. So how that will progress, we will see. And Fedina, you got 300 words done. Excellent. So that's a very good progress. How did you manage to finish your scene? And how did it go? Are you satisfied with your scene? You ask how I'm feeling. You'd be up for one more short sprint. I'm feeling totally fine. Would you like a sprint of 25 minutes again? I can see if I can make one shorter. I'll have to adjust a few things. What do you think? And of course, please let us know how your scene is doing if you are satisfied with your scene. That's also great information, or great to hear. Oh no, I'm not done yet. I want to keep on writing and see what these guards do or don't know. It will be interesting to find out. It will be fun. It's all just it's fun to write in this way. I cannot imagine to write my whole series this way, because there is so much that is going on in this series of books, and so many things that I need to keep in mind, and that I need to foreshadow, or need to make sure that, for example, characters don't see each other, or cannot ever realize they have seen each other at that moment. So yeah, this is fun to write because it's just a background story, but I cannot write this way in my books, because they are way too complicated to write without an outline, to write without an idea. So yeah. Fedina, you said I'm almost at the end of my scene. Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. Shall we do another 25-minute sprint? Is that okay for you, or shall I look for? Shall I set in 15 minutes? Let's see if I can. I'm trying to figure out if I can change the length of the sprints. Let's see. 25 minutes? Oh, perfect. Let's do that. Excellent. One moment, because things are Oh well. Oh, any length is okay. Perfect. Perfect. There is some lag I notice. I don't know what's causing it, but it's okay. We'll just keep on going. And oh, yep. Reset my session targets. And let's do one more sprint. 25 minutes coming up. Happy writing. Okay, I closed another window and another Firefox window, and it seems that the lag is slowly going down. Perfect. Excellent. And this is the end. And this is the end of our latest sprint of 25 minutes. How did you guys do? I managed to write 752 words, bringing my total at 4,750 words. That is a really good word count for me right now. I'm very happy with it. And I got another surprise with the guards. This is getting more interesting by the sprint, so to say. It is really incredible. It's one of the guards is an older guard. He has seen the Dragon Rider King several times in this particular city, or village city, something in between there. Before before the last time. Fedina, you wrote such a good scene. Excellent. Oh, let me tell us more about it. Your total is 1.7k. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That sounds great. And do you have a final goal for your story, for your project, or are you just going on and see how things go? And please tell us about your scene. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about it, if you want to share, of course. I'll share a bit about mine. You can do it one more sprint? Oh, excellent, excellent, because I really want to write about this guard. He's just getting more and more interesting by the minute. I'll tell you a little bit about this guard, and then we'll do one more sprint. This guard is an old guard. He has seen a Dragon Rider King several times, who has actually been in that city, in that village, but he hasn't seen him for several years already. And there have been Dragon Riders before Nejat and his team, and those Dragon Riders told him that the counterfeit issue wasn't important. It didn't mean anything to Dragon City. So this guard has some issues with the Dragon Riders at the moment. He's really getting angry at Nejat, and Nejat has something like, okay, there's something going on here, and yeah, there's a problem. Okay. So this is, yeah, this is fun. I did not see this one coming. And the guard literally tells Nejat, after Nejat tells him that he is there on orders from the Dragon Riders King himself, and he is there on his personal behalf. Of course, the old man doesn't believe that, and he literally tells him, "You have no authority for that. It has been years since I've seen the Dragon Riders King here. He used to visit here sometimes, but not anymore. No, we're not worth his time anymore." And he just doesn't believe it. And so he says, and besides him, the only one who can come with a personal order from the Dragon Riders King himself, our Commander-in-Chief, sorta, I'm not exactly sure what I gave that title, or what title I gave that position. Oh, one of the princes, and you're not one of them! Well, yeah, Nejat is, but he doesn't expose himself, or tries not to expose himself. So he tells Ruark through his telepathy bond, well, I guess my cover is about to be blown. So yeah, this is gonna be fun. It's, yeah. I mean, this is. I'm an author and I have no words to describe how this is, but it's fun. It's awesome. So how is your scene, Fedina? How is it? Were you surprised by anything you wrote, or anything the characters did, or what was happening around them? If you can tell us about that. How did the writing go? Did it go as you were as you hoped that it would go, or did you have any problems with it? It's always good to hear. And for those who are watching this live stream, after it has ended. Let us know down in the comments, and I will get back to you. Let us know any problems you have, or any positive things you'd like to share, any new things that you just discovered, or that you managed to finally solve, things like that. Fidina, your scene is a reunion of a rich lady with a little kid in the slum area that ended up being funny. Oh, that sounds so cute! Really, rich lady with a little kid in the slum area. Okay, so what? How did they meet in the first place? Why is there a reunion, and why for all places in a slum area? I mean, how does a rich lady end up in a slum area? That's I wouldn't expect that. So I'm really curious to hearing more about that. And well, everything else as well. It's so funny to hear about other stories, and how other authors come up with ideas, and with characters and situations. And I mean, we always say we have to put our characters through a lot, and in a certain aspect that is true. I mean, you think, what is the worst that can happen to a character? Then you write it, and then you think, okay, so I've done that. What's even worse? I mean, they've been through what's the worst that can happen to them. So either you're at the end of your story and now good things happen, or you're far from the end of the story. So something bad has to happen, and it has to be worse than what has already happened. Because that's the way to keep on going, apparently, or so we're told. I guess it's all about the learning process of a character, the development of a character. I mean, if you look at real life, if you have someone who has never been ill, has never experienced downtime or anything like that, and so life was easy on them, they can encounter just that little thing, and go all overboard, and say, oh, I have the hardest life, and it's all it's also negative, etc., etc. While someone who has been through a hard life all their life and have that same thing happening to them is like, oh, yeah, I can take that. That's okay. So that's also a way of how we can deal with our characters. How is our character in the beginning of the story, and how are they progressing through the story? Fidina, it's hard to explain, but you'll see once I give you a copy. Oh, I'd love a copy. Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. That will be awesome. Oh, it's good to have you in the Discord. I'm looking forward to it very much. Yes. I think once I've written this background story, I will post it in the Discord as well, and you guys can see what the background story of this couple is, and also of course with that you can also see what the other characters are like, and what the role of this old man is going to be. Because I mean, I have no name for him yet. All I know is he's an old man, and he's a guard. Well, yeah, not sure about that yet. So there are a lot of things I really, really do not know yet. Apparently, he knows the Dragon Rider's king, or has at least seen him several times. I'm guessing, from what I've written so far, he has seen the Dragon Rider's king when he was still young. I'm interested to see what he thinks of his sons. That will be interesting. So, without further ado, because I'm very interested to see where this is going to take me and my story and my characters and this old man and Nejat, it will be I think it can become quite hilarious in a certain way. And with Fedina, who wants to continue with her rich lady and the little kid in the slum area, let's start another sprint of 25 minutes, and we'll see how we get or how what the rest of the scene and the chapters will be. It will be interesting. It will be fun, I think. Okay, let's get to it. I'll see you on the other side. Let me set my timer so that we have it correctly set and have an alarm pointing us to the end of the sprint. That will be helpful as well. See you in 25 minutes. And this was the sound of the alarm of the end of our last sprint, or our current sprint, I have to say. How did the writing go? I managed to write 634 words, so I had another green bar for my session target. I am right now at 5,374 words, which I'm very happy about. Which means I'm even over halfway of my August target. So that is awesome. It's great when you manage to, or let me rephrase that. I feel it's awesome to reach that halfway goal and to see that I am still able to write and I still have ideas to write. To continue to write this particular chapter, and I'm slowly getting closer to my goal of 10,000 words. And I think that setting this goal, it was an achievable goal for August, and or at least I thought it was at the beginning when I set the goal. Then loads of real life things happened, and I thought I wouldn't be able to reach this goal. But with a lot of thanks to Fedina for joining me in the sessions and this live writing session live stream, I've managed to properly surpass half my goal, and to surpass my goal of 3,000 words for today is spectacularly. So I'm very happy with that. Well, as to how this chapter is going, yeah, Nejat is right now at the brink of really exposing himself. He has already given a hint, and he wanted to see which of the guards would truly understand who he is. Finally, the officer got the hint, and although he didn't really say anything, he was utterly surprised. The second in command of the officer, however, well, he wasn't surprised. He just smiled at Nejat and gave him a light nod. But he didn't seem to be surprised at all. So I need to figure out what's going on with the second in command. Although he is a mute, he seems to know a lot. And Nejat, as far as I know, has never met him. So it will be interesting to find out what's going on with the second in command and how what role he's playing in the book, and how things will progress from here. I don't know yet. I'll have to see. I'll also have to see if the second in command is will be a help for Nejat, or if he's going to become a problem. I don't know yet. I'm leaning towards the first, because I think it can be very interesting to have him as a worthy ally, especially since there is one young guard who really didn't get the hint, and thought his personal business was far more important, so he just wanted to finish his rounds so that he could go on with his personal business. Well, and the old guard, he's still skeptical. So they are now in the guardhouse. The old guard, Nejat's second in command, the officer's second in command, and the one remaining younger guard who did get a hint, but did not voice it. Not literally anyway. So yeah, Nejat is about to tell them that he indeed is the prince, one of the princes, and has indeed the direct order of the Dragon Riders King. So it will be interesting to see how that goes, how the others will respond to actually hearing that from him, and what they continue to do later on after that. Will they be helpful or not? Will they now divulge some information that Nejat and his team need to how do I say that? To take the next step in this counterfeit case. It can be fun, I think. It doesn't mean it will be easy, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that. It's that's one of the challenges in writing, or at least it's not a negative challenge. I see it as a fun challenge, because you get to think creatively. You really get to explore characters, not only for what they do right there at that moment, but also the possibilities they give you to play with them and to see how they were in the past and what they will do in the future, and how they will be helpful or become a problem for the protagonists. And in this case, for the background story, Nejat is the main protagonist, and Nasya will be the other main protagonist. You might ask, who's the antagonist? Well, I can't expose that information yet. We'll have to see about that in the future. In the meantime, Fedina, how are you doing? How did your writing go with this last writing sprint? I haven't heard from you yet. Looking forward to hearing from you how things went. Right, and for those who are wondering about the characters, I have a certain idea of what the characters look like and how they are and how they interact with each other, at least for Nejat and Nasya. And I think in the future there will be confrontational moments between them, but there will also be good and happy moments between them, and passionate moments, and well, everything. So I thought it would be fun to share something I saw in a Chinese series, and this link should bring you to that episode. I have to see. Let's see where the episode and the moment I think is quite important in this episode. Yeah, I completely understand that you don't understand the exact beginning that I'm linking to right now, but just go through with it, and you'll see why he responds like that. In this case, I need to check the original. Names, because I don't remember them anymore. For me, they're already Nejat and Nasya. Let me look up the character names of the Chinese series. I think that will be easier for you. One moment. Yeah, the guy is Li Shun, whatever, and the girl is Chu Yun. Mind you, the first name I say is the last name in Chinese. So Li Shun is Li is the last name, and Shun is the first name, and Chu Yun is the same. the two actors have a very interesting chemistry, I think. In this series, they're supposed to be, or they play, college students, and I think that, well, I have to say it properly. Partially, they play college students. The part where I have just linked is to the end of the series, and there they are working already. Working for several years already. Well, complicated for him, but it takes too long to explain that. Um, they have a very interesting chemistry, and that I originally had two other actors in mind as models for my two character for these two characters, for Nejat and Nasya. But when I saw these two um, actors, I found that they were far better for what I had in mind for the for my two characters. They have a nice chemistry, and I think they are a very good model for me, for Nejat Nasya. Um, well, in the meantime, I've started to get hungry, despite the snacks that I still have with me, and of which I have eaten some. So I think I'm gonna call it a day. I might do some writing again tomorrow, but that would be, if I do that, it will be a surprise live stream. If I decide to live stream that. Because I notice I'm getting tired as well. I'm not only getting hungry, but which isn't good at 8 p.m. That's really not good to start to get hungry, because I plan to go to bed on time today. That will be fun. But that doesn't matter. I'm very happy with the result of today. It's been a blast to write, and I have how can I say that? I've reached my goal. I've squashed my goal. I've crushed my goal for today. I wrote 2,374 words more than my goal, of over my goal. I have to say it right. So that is excellent. I'm really happy with that. So now I have a little over 5,000, a little under 5,000 words left of my August goal, and well, let's see how far I can get. Maybe I can get to 7,500 next Saturday. Maybe I will already be there and just up my goal. But I'll see about that. The most important for me is that I managed to get more information. I managed to have an interesting view on my character, on Nejat, and on some and there are some other characters popped up that are quite interesting, or are becoming quite interesting. Yeah, I will see where that takes me. I'm especially interested in seeing where the old man takes me, the old guard. Also, the younger guard who just walked away, who wasn't interesting, who seemingly at least wasn't interested in anything, who didn't get the hint, or at least that is what he pretended to do. I'll see if that is indeed what's going on. And the younger guard who did pick up the hints, I'll have to see how he deals with it. Is he going to be an ally, or is he going to be a foe? That will be also interesting to find out. And that second in command, yeah, that's just, how can I say it? I don't know yet. I really don't know. He's one of the characters, the officer second in command, I have to say it properly. He's one of the characters that is a complete surprise to me, who can go either way. He might turn out to be a true ally for Nejat, but it also might be that in the end he turned out to be a foe. I'm not sure yet, and that's okay. That's the joy of writing, I think. Um, it's it's a challenge, but it's also fun to find out things like that and to discover new characters and to see where they take you, and to enjoy the path that or better yet, I enjoy the path of discovery, both of characters and storyline, and of the world that I'm writing my story in. Um, it's incredible. Oh, Fadida, I'm sorry to hear that your internet died a bit. You finished your scene at 2.2k. Excellent, awesome. You did awesome. Congrats. That's great. That's great. Well, I just came to the conclusion that I've reached my limits. I'm starting to get tired and I'm starting to get hungry at 8 p.m. In the evening, which is such a bad time to get hungry. So I won't continue writing because I'm starting to get too tired for it. So I'm starting to making mistakes, even though this is not a normal story. I really need to keep my head with it, and I'm starting to notice that it's getting harder to do that. Um, so I'll probably be writing tomorrow again, but maybe I'll do it through Discord instead of in a live stream. Um, I don't know yet. Either way, you will be notified. If I do a live stream tomorrow, it will be a surprise live stream. Um, I will do a live stream next Saturday again in a week. At the same time, 2 p.m. starting again, and who knows how long we'll continue writing. Fadina, you feel the same. You're done too, but thanks so much for today. Oh, you're welcome. I'm very glad that I could help you reach your goal for today, and that you wrote that much. It's awesome. It's so wonderful when I see others achieving goals as well and being able to write so much during these live sprints. It's great that we are all able to write together, even though I mean we write ourselves, but while writing in a group or writing through live sessions, you write together, and that is great. I really like that. So I'm very happy that you joined today, and who knows, maybe we'll write again tomorrow, or next Saturday in a week, and I hope to see you there. It will be awesome, and I'm very much looking forward to reading your work in the Discord, or however you want to send it. It will be awesome. Um, so for me personally, yeah, there are several characters who are becoming more and more interesting, and maybe I can tell more about them next Saturday. Maybe I won't tell more about them because that would give away too much. That's also possible, of course. I mean, if they seem to be allies but turn out to be foes or whatever, um, yeah, that would be spoiling a lot, and I cannot have that happen. I mean, no, cannot do that. So yeah, um, it was a good day today. It was a fruitful day, and I'm very happy that I managed to do that, and I'm very happy, Fidina, that you joined. It was awesome, um, and I see something coming by in Discord from from one of our other members, um, and I'm very much looking forward to my next writing sessions. to discover more about these characters that are becoming more and more important right now. So, without further ado, this is not a new writing session because I'm too tired of it, but I say bye bye, and I'll see you in the next stream. And may you have a well spent weekend, a wonderful weekend with good weather, and I hope you also get some writing done and have fun.